Well, hello there. Oh gosh, I'm blurry. Ba ba ba. Here we go again. It has completely fallen over. Excellent. Big fan. Big fan. Trying that. Go back. There we go. Straight curly hairs there. Craziness. All right. So, where were we? Slowly losing our minds. That's where we were. We were going to do a minimal repro, which means I'm in the wrong project, but that's fine. We had a little warm-up task to do that we specifically saved for this. Notably that I wish to make these all square. Of consistent, right? And I think everything that should be red for delete is red for delete now. I think we fixed that. There was somebody mentioned, I think Ash mentioned that once. Because I hadn't done it yet. But we did do that already. So, there's going to be a couple places where this happens. One is an edit bar where we set up the select connection, not that, the edit widget here. We give you, we have an expander, which maybe we should fix later to be the actual built-in expander, or not. Maybe it's fine. I don't know. We'll see. But the delete button should be in here, right here. Hello? There we go. I think it's just 0 to make your square. Yeah, that looks about right. That's the other two places we're going to have it is in room form. Inside of this widget, we should have button section, reset button. We should make you a square 2, like so. Save button. This is the on click. I don't think we have a styler for that yet. We'll give it one real quick here. Just like so. Delete button, save button, reset button, and then the connection tile form. Connection form, connection form, connection form. Sign up here where we do our buttons, form buttons. Ooh, not this one. This one. Should go make sure I did that correctly on the other one. I think I did, but we'll check. The save button does not have one yet. Let's just bang one in here real quick. Like so, and then we can come up here, do the same thing we just did. Like so, and then put you right in there. It's going to check this. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's run that right quick. Close this that I forgot to close. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful. I'm not sure that I like it stylistically, but it's done what I wanted, right? I don't know how I feel about that. I guess our add button could be square too. We can always change it if we don't like it later. We'll go with it for now. And that is a good start, right? We'll just do a quick square the form buttons and edit bar connection delete buttons to match other buttons in the UI. Make sure that, yeah. Okay. So, let's open the other project. We're going to keep this guy open though because we have some stuff we're going to want to pull over. That, get that. All right, so where were we here? I need to make more room. You can come down here. Let's launch you real quick. We were, okay, this draggies, this draggies, this does not drag. And, okay, yeah, we were fixing this for reproness, right? That can go away, that's fine, I don't care about that. This is, sorry, no, this is the wrong project. It wasn't Grid Repro, it was, I got rid of you. Drag repro. There we go. I was looking for something else. Couldn't remember what I called you. All right. This makes more sense. So we have our draggable. And we got rid of on click. Let's do this. Real quick. Clear that, run that. Hello. How are you? So that click fires. It just doesn't do that. Why not? Connecting it to events. We also don't have unsaved changes firing correctly in our repro here. which I'm a little confused about. How's the mud engine going? It's going. It's going. Lots of work in the map editor. A lot more than I expected, but it is the most complicated editor part, right? So, kind of why I started with it. Let me look over here at what we did differently over here versus our reproduction. It is room form. Here we've wired things up so that the events propagate out, but set struct. Well, no, we just saved. Wait. Right, yeah, we put it into the data struct. That's correct. But we don't have a data struct over here. We're just saving them. We just have the buffers and references to them. Why am I not allowed to just clear you? Let's go look at our reset. Reset button. Just turns that off. It's because it triggers a reload for us. And the only reason I care about this is because I want to duplicate this holder position that we have. Because I want to make that draggable as well in the real project. And I need to play with that. Info wrapper, we did... That wind kicks up, I'll have to close one of my windows. It's fine for now, though. We did the... info box. We need to do an info wrapper eventually, but that's not going to fix this particular issue that we got. I think this actually has to come over here. See if that gives me any better behaviors. So I think it was recreating them here. There we go. They were overwriting the references basically. And getting things disconnected. Okay, so there's that part. This is not being set correctly. Over here we did it this way. Set it to false if there are unsafe changes, else. Oops. Set states true, invisible, because if something has been changed, we wish it to be visible to match our actual implementation. So we do that, and it's not. And we actually just have it on. Oh yeah, we do have an info box. I wonder if it's not. This one needs to grow. This is more like a footer than an information. It doesn't really matter. This should grow though. On the X at the very least, because we want it to be the full width always. And I'm wondering if it's just not visible. Let's test that theory. I wonder if it's just getting shoved someplace because it's too narrow, right? Meow. In the footer, unsafe changes. Let's override the style. Should be invisible now. We've put things in. Oops. That's the thing I want to click on. This. It's still invisible. I must have messed up. Okay, so that's how it would be, which is more or less correct to the actual implementation. I must have messed up the on change. Unsaved changes is false. Set it to true. So why? Make sure I did the same sort of thing. We didn't do the update over here that we did over there. Which makes a degree of sense. We would need to update the footer, and we needed to do add footer. As soon as we create you, is a W, and then we can do an update on that. Like so. Let's run you again. And there we go. There I see it now. And we hit save and it doesn't go away yet. But that's because... Oops, wrong line. We can get rid of that. We need to fire an update there as well after we change it. Like so, perfect, okay. Except for this wiggles, but we can do... Let's just make you, let's say 500. Not EMs though. Actually, maybe that is correct. But probably not 500. About 100 EM. So that we just space it out a little bit so that we have something to click in to try to test our dragging logic, right? Demo editor 2, demo editor of 1, right here. Put that in there. Alright, way too big, but I want you to be like 20. Closer to what we want to reproduce ourselves. That's better. Perfect. And then let's just go ahead. How did I do this over here to keep us from having a problem? With this thing, info wrapper, we set it to grow on the X, center all, basically just what we did there. But we also set the parent to grow and center. I'm not sure we need that, but we'll figure it out. I don't think we need center all up there. We might be able to take that out of the actual implementation. Info wrapper. You're in W. It's because everything went into what is a mud game? Multi-user dungeon. Let's see here. Put everything into info wrapper. Status text went into info wrapper. Reset button went in there. Ah, right. Button wrapper goes next, which is button box. I bet you it's just this, as opposed to letting it float around. There we go, that's better. And then, yeah. Excellent. And then let's see if we can do, this, which is tidier. which will tidy up in the actual implementation if it works correctly. Yes, perfect. Okay. Good. This should actually be... It's more of a reset. That's fine. Now we can test our dragging, because we have something that looks very similar to the real deal here. So, dragging is firing there. Dragging fires there. Dragging fires there too. Which is not what we see, right? Fires there too. Does not fire in there, that's fine. Nor in here, right? Which is kind of expected. You should be able to come up here, drag. That's not what I'm seeing in the real thing. But that's how I'd expect it. If I was to set this like this, then I should see dragging here, and I do. And when this comes up, I lose dragging. But if I move it to this, I don't think this will matter. We see drag here, good. And now we see drag here, and you can't highlight this, which is correct. It's just a UI element, right? Let's also make sure that we see it here, and we do. Okay, so. So all of that functions the way you would expect it to. And I wonder if maybe it's the click handler. Because we don't have that here. The one that passes out exposes the save button and all that. Which would be kind of annoying. Let's keep this open, but we're going to move it. Go back to the real implementation. Let's go ahead and tidy this up while we're here. Like that. We can also do that here. Just copy this whole line, actually. In place. If we were to... We need this to be non-selectable, we know. And let's go back. I think we still have our draggable. No, we need to put our draggable back in. that. And then we'll do drag start. Do a tracing trick again. Like so. And then this where I can see it again. We should see, okay, dragging there, correct. Dragging here, not for some reason. I think we need to split these up into their own triads anyway, but that's fine, we'll do it later. Dragging not working here. But I'm wondering is set you on this. Let's do one thing at a time. Let's take this. These will both look the same. We're going to put the ID and description in. Actually, can we nest these? Is that a thing I'm allowed in this framework? I did that backwards. Say we do, this is description. This is verbose. Oh my gosh, I can't type today. And then this will be location. Like that. Except for I've got one too many of them. This needs to go live with description. This needs to go live with verbose. And I think if I was to do this, I would need to put these into their own, which is probably fine. So what we'll do is copy that. We'll come up to description. Say your updater is this. Why did we toggle you to false? Because we trigger right. That can just stay there. Because this is what actually puts the description backing data structs description into the buffer if it exists. Which if it's empty, it's fine. And then unsafe change is false because we have somehow triggered an update here, which means it's just reloading the state from the backing data. The same thing goes here to verbose, except for I have nuked my clipboard. That's fine. We'll just grab you again. You go in there. All of that goes away. Have an extra one of those. No, we don't. That should be there. Why is that mad? So it was in the wrong place, that's why. That was inside the if. Okay. So. Now. If we put them all in, let's see if that changes our dragability functionality. My theory is that it was getting confused. Oh no, it's just going to break everything. That's what it's going to do. Interesting. But no errors. This place looks familiar, right? This editor has taken a lot longer than I initially expected. But it is the most complicated editor section, right? So, like, it's kind of why I started with it. Longer than the Mud engine itself? No? Probably not. Hard to say. I started the project in, I think, like November, but it was like very much just a side thing I didn't work on every day back then. So it's been going for a little while. And there's still like a lot of stuff. I need to move over all my Kanban board stuff still. I forgot to do that, but in fact I need to make a note to myself to do that. This is probably the longest feature so far, for sure. This is actually done. I can scratch that off my to-do list. That's good. I like that. Let's see here. Move. To repo. To the list. Okay, so why are you not? I should actually look real quick and see if it's actually in there, but just not showing up for some reason. Inspect. Frame 0. Tabs. Frame. Rooms. Template 0. Room form 0. Form fields and form buttons. So form fields is empty. Which is interesting. And I think it's because I'm not allowed to put all of this inside of one like this. I think I need to take this out. Oh, that would take that out. Let's look at... Where did we see an example? Form. Form would look similar to this because this is kind of based on form. Takes us to new form. Takes us over here. Let's put you here. So they have a maker as well. They range over the struct fields that they get. And they add at. Give it the name. There's the function. There's the widget. Which is very similar to what we're doing. Add new. Adds a new plan item versus... Well, this adds a new plan item as well. This just takes an anonymous func. Hey yourself there, Herschel. So, the question becomes... Why is my stuff not working? Should show walk fields. That's the struct field stuff. This is just a format string for the label. Different name for different types, so the widget can be remade for a new type. We shouldn't have that trouble. I guess they're not nested, though. They're just adding them in order. Maybe that's my problem. Spending 4 hours daily on this is hilarious. How are you managing this stuff? Why is it hilarious? And I'm managing it because, I mean, I don't have a job right now. It's very easy to spend 4 hours on a project. That leaves me another 4 hours to apply for jobs and do everything else and still just equal a workday, right? Let's see. I guess they're adding just adding it. They don't nest them, which might be the hunt ticket. But if I was to do that, I would lose my ability to update only the form section, which I use down... Maybe I don't. Okay, fine. Okay. I guess I'm not using that. So what if I just got rid of this part entirely? Get all that out there. Form buttons we still save because we need to refresh specifically the info stuff, but... There we go. That's that. Let me get my... No drag events firing there. Nothing firing there. Okay, so no drag at all. I don't need that anymore. Draggable is set on the parent. Double check the... Yeah, the space outside there. Oh, drag work down there. Okay. Oh, now work there. What is going on? What if... What are the benefits I would get after subscribing you? Premium access your game. I mean, I'm not monetized on YouTube, so nothing. You would get, I guess, notifications, right? Whenever I went live or did videos or that, all that stuff. Let's see here. So what if I did... I can't just do these parents as non-selectable because that's going to turn off this, I think. Maybe? Let's try it. Let's see. Description up here. If we just put it on the parent widgets. Okay, you got a new subscriber? Thank you. I appreciate that. Check out all of them. All right, let's give that a shot. Let's see where my events will fire now. Okay, dragging up there works. Here, make a little space so I can see for sure. Not there. Okay. Not there. Not down here. Well, now it doesn't work at all. That's a right-click menu. I didn't right-click. This is weird. Double check also that... Oh, it's a long click. That's what that... I wonder if a long click is getting conflated. Why I left my job and what was my salary there? I left because I was laid off, and it's not... I'm not going to tell you how much I made. So drag works there now. Still struggles there. But I can still come in here and edit these, and I don't get drag events there, which is correct. I shouldn't get them there. Oh, this is still set. I don't think that's gonna matter, though. Dragging works there. Make a little room. Not there. Now it's not working. There it goes again. I bet you it's my on-click somehow fighting. And test that. We need to go back to we would just need to take these out and then company agency name, nowhere you've ever heard of, I'm pretty sure. No place fancy. Let's see here. We would need to I guess it doesn't complain about it. So maybe I can just get away with testing it. Might blow up. We'll find out. Really just want to understand why it is sometimes draggable and sometimes not. Okay, that just does the delete. It's fine. Okay, keep going. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Okay, bye. Have a good one. This form. Interesting that it passes through to the delete button without any of this in place. Wonder if that's just because it's the last one? Or it's because it... No, that still works. Hey, Terrace, how's it going? What if I said handled here? Hello, my brave friend, if I can call you so. I mean, sure, why not? I don't know if that I'm brave, but okay. Let's see here. Let's also set handled. I should make a micro MMO and build a shrine for you there. I think a micro MMO is just like a single player game, right? I just admire people doing crazy stuff. It is ultimate creativity. Yes, I also like people that do weird stuff that's cool and you know, high effort for the sake of it, right? Like Simone Yetch, the Bad Robots lady. Like all the stuff she makes is just because it's fun to make stuff. And I showed her stuff to somebody one time who he didn't get it. He was like, this irritates me. I'm like, why? It's high effort, creative, weird stuff. And he said, I think it's the high effort part. I'm like, I don't understand your brain. Let's try it with those handled. He's just not creative enough. Yeah, he just doesn't have that engineer brain. Okay. Again, super unpredictable. So it works out. Okay. Hang on. We're onto something here, I think. Works out there. And that should be nothing. So maybe it's not sufficient to set that on just the child containers. Why is... Oh, because I'm in connections, not rooms. So description reaches to there. So right here should be... It is draggable. Okay. It sticks out further than I thought. Editor shouldn't be draggable. That makes sense. Out here... No, don't you delete it. Here does work, kind of. Let's see, I made a Game of Life multiplayer Twitch plays and hosted it for 2 months. It's fun. Cool. Or it was fun. Yeah, that's awesome. Was it like played by chat poll or something? Yes, dragging works out there. Okay. I'm learning. If I come down here, just chat messages. Awesome. That's, I haven't worked with the Twitch API, but I suspect that that is deceptively difficult to do. Okay. Let me put these back in. Let's try taking it out of the... For Chat Desire Seer, who is it called? Super Simple. Oh! Interesting. Set it on you. The buttons don't need it because they are buttons. They need to be selectable, and you shouldn't be trying to drag by buttons. Okay, form buttons. This. Let's not do this yet. This won't even display over here, and it actually doesn't We shouldn't be dragging from the other side, so we might even not even need it there at all. Here we'll need it. Take it out of here. We'll put it on here. Put it in there. And this whole block actually will need to duplicate right here, because this will also be, if I could type, this will also be label. Take it out of there. Oh, did I remember to take out? I did, okay. So, now we should see. Not draggable there. Do we have focus? Is that an issue? There we go, dragging start. Not working anymore at all. Okay. Go back to... Take that out. I used Flutter for rendering. Nice. Okay, works there. Not there. There. Did I forget? Yeah, you're definitely non-selectable. Do I have to put it on both? Would be a pain. Let's do this. It has stopped responding again to drags. And now it worked. Okay. And it's not working. Okay. I'm very puzzled. What about other event types? What if we do... We raise a click event on a delete button click. The parent is not set to be clickable, which it shouldn't be. So registering the on-click of it just gives you a hook to the button, essentially. The delete button. But that is for deleting. I guess we could do... We need the ability to respond to delete events. But I don't think we want it to be on click. We register to handle them. We need to do... which is Annie. Event flags. Maybe there's something here that we could use without making a bunch of stuff. Handled and unique. Okay. So not quite. And we need to handle this outside because we need to fire all this off. In this place, but in the templates, we do that by triggering it to remove it from the file, which is why we use the events in the first place. I guess we could do... Oh, there's no update. What is the... There's two different ways that they check for changes in like form fields and text editors. There is on change and on update. Something like that. Text editor. Events. On change and on input. which would be kind of weird. There is an input for it. I guess we could use close. It's a flag. What if we did that? We need to then do on close. The same thing over here. But that wouldn't be hard to do. Change is a save. We do that. Let's see. Nothing at all. Oh, there it goes, finally. Let me try also. Okay, fired only up there. Let's try putting this back in. Start at the top. Drag start. This is non-selectable. This is non-selectable. Location isn't even in there. This is non-selectable. Do you know what? Each couple of years we get a new JavaScript popular framework because existing ones become so bloated that JavaScript's browser's single thread model no longer have capacity to deal with it, and we just had jumped to a new one. Kind of. Reset button. Let's make sure you're also non-selectable. Not dragging. Dragging. Now dragging. Dragging. I wonder... There's that weird delay that makes me think it's doing things that I'm not aware of. I've done this incorrectly. I don't think that's going to fix my issue, though. Not dragging. Dragging. Okay, now it's dragging. Super inconsistent. Very, very strange. Up there, it works instantly. Here, no. Here. Over there, it works. There, it works now. There, it works now. But it sure didn't on first. And down here, it doesn't work. Now it doesn't work anywhere. Believe that these should be there still. And in the proof of concept, we only had to set non-selectable on the, not even that, the texts to make them clickable, draggable. I guess it could be a version thing, because that is the repro does run on the new version. But I don't want to bump it yet unless I really have to. Double check here. Only thing I had to set was draggable. Most of this other stuff is exactly the same. Double check my recollection here that, yes, drag start, doesn't care at all. It's very happy. What I should do, in both of these actually, is I should do there's no drag drop, but that is a type. Oh, there's just drop, yeah. This will help debugging, I think. Put you into this as well. For you are D for Draggable. Let's make sure that works correctly over here in Repro land. I only get starts. Is that because I need that? I'm new to IT. Which language would you suggest to learn? Whatever is going to help you do what you want to do. Different. No drops. Oh, did I? Nope, I didn't. It depends on what are you trying to do? What do you want to learn to write? No drops. Interesting. Okay. Well, that's a future me puzzle. I was hoping that it would be easier to test with that, but take it out since it's not just gonna conflate more things. Okay, so why would you be different? I think we're gonna have to do it. Just for my sanity. How you write these brain smashing codes? By smashing my brain against the brick wall of problems until I get through them. That shouldn't matter. This should be fine either way we do that. We're doing effectively the same thing. Let's just rip off the bandage and do this. I don't want that, I don't think. It's gonna break a bunch of stuff, but Hopefully it'll go anyway. You'll start with Python. I mean, sure. So here's what you can do. You didn't answer the question, but that's fine. You can go to this site right here. I'll drop a link for both chats. You can go in here and you can say, this is what I want to do, right? So if I'm back end, I can come in here and I can look at this and I can say, okay, well, I'm pretty sure I know how the internet works, but maybe I need to know about what is a domain name, right? There's free resources here, you can see. But there's also, like, if you get into this, right, like Go, there's premium resources as well. These you'll have to pay for. This stuff is free. And then you can also go back and you can say, okay, well, maybe I don't like that. Maybe I want to do DevOps instead, right? And this will give you other stuff. So like Python, Go, and I think this is their personal recommendation opinion, Python or Go. Alternative option, pick this or purple. You could do Ruby, Rust, JavaScript, Node, all of this stuff broken down for you. Or you can learn a specific skill. All kinds of stuff. Here's some project ideas I guess they have now. Some back-end projects you could do. Best practices, all kinds of good stuff. Okay, this is going to make my life miserable because it's going to complain. There, do it anyway. Just make it so. And I'll go fix the things. And if it doesn't change anything, we'll back out. It's just going to make my life hard. But such is life sometimes. There. Now, this is no longer new buffer. This is lines dot new lines. Lines dot new lines. This is something. New editor. That should be there still. Get that out of there real quick. It's text core, that's what it is. And then set lines. Why would this break with an upgrade from 3.10 to 3.11? Usually patch versions should be fully compatible. They are not. Not in this case. They did a release page about that, saying that they made breaking changes to the API. Let's see here. Where are you? Release notes. Drop that for you if you like. You can read through. Looks like we don't have auto scroll anymore. Which actually I need to use my own link. No, I don't. I have lines open right here. Or the docs open right here. Text editor. This doesn't talk about that though. If they broke the API, why not 0.4.0? Or are they worried they run out of version numbers because natural integers would like a word? I don't know. I'm not a member of their project. I just use their library in between swearing at their library. Does this just not exist anymore, maybe? It's a very poor choice. I mean, yeah, probably, but not much I can do about it, right? I can only do what I can do. Lines. Auto save, auto indent. Backward, forward, up. What, mud? Like, what is a mud? Don't see an equivalent, so maybe it's just the way it works by default now? So let's hope. Let's hope and see. Do that. Yeah, what's mud? Multi-user dungeon. Alright. I think... like, this is going to break the client as well, but it shouldn't matter for testing this. Don't think. This is not the correct window. Except for I have all kinds of things. Missing go some entry. You should be tidied. Why did you not tidy? I don't know. Just do it manually. That's gonna break. Okay. Okay. Where did I put you? Did I put you in here? No. You need love. I know. For like D&D type games or tower defense. Imagine if you could play Zork online with your friends. Is it not lines? Am I confused myself again? Oh, there it goes. We're just taking its sweet time to pick up. Okay. We'll have to fix that. That, output buffer, is that no longer a thing? This really shouldn't matter. Nothing should be using this. Irritated. What would you rate machine learning difficulty at level out of 10? Don't know. Don't play with it. I'm not into the nuts and bolts and math of all that. So I've never done it. Lines. Output buffer. Actually, go over here. I thought this used to be documented. Do you know any good game dev tutorials? Game Dev TV has pretty good stuff. I think Brackeys is back now too, and he's pretty well regarded. Do I just need to... look at lines. Lines from bytes. I don't actually remember why I did it this way. What is a lines? What is this Go Lines package? It's from Cogent, which is the UI framework I'm using. I don't want to do this right now. I want to just get... I don't want to dig through this crap and figure out what their new stuff is. I'll have to do it eventually, but now is not the correct time to really be doing it. I just want you to get, let's see here, something is still... Oh, you know what it is, I bet? It's, the, connections. Connection form. Rid of that. You require... That's widgets. Just looking at the wrong thing. You require the same modifications over here. best website / software to practice codes. This one. Drop a link. Both chats. If you're going to be doing this and you're brand new to code, look for one that has a learning mode. Pick one of those first. It'll help you with a easier on-ramp because they'll go through a more rigorous tutorial sort of stage. So like if we go to Go, do the tutorial things, and these are little... When you're actually signed in, yeah, you'll see learn and practice right here. You'd see it now too. So like do all the learn first, I would say, and then do practice if you want to keep going. And if you get stuck, there should be additional, I guess they used to have like additional little bubbles here. Maybe it's only some languages. But if you get stuck, you can go, like, if you've done all the basics and you're still kind of, like, struggling to get further, then maybe do some of the practice stuff as supplementary. Is LeetCode any good? Not for learning to code. That, and then this, we're deleting and just hoping. Really just want to see if this is my problem, or I'm doubtful. I'm betting there's something else going on that's leading to this weird, inconsistent behavior. Lines. No for just trying and making new methods. No. Look for, like, you can download VS Code and just do things locally, which is probably what I would do. Or you could just use a playground. And if you just Google or search, whatever search you prefer, for the language and then like online code editor, it's not hard. Let's do, like you said, Python earlier. If I search for Python online code editor, you could find some stuff. It's not hard to find these days. But you're going to learn a lot more if you set up a local development environment. Okay. Now, will you tidy so that I can just test you? Please, for the love of dog. It's building. It's building. Undefined styles, that weight bold. Ended bar 365. Yeah, they did change that. Hopefully. There, okay. Well, my form is completely hosed now. Why is that? Okay. Into the dumpster with you. We're not doing that. Not right now. What we are going to do. Get back to this. And this is before I added, okay, yeah. This is the clean state. Let's do this. What did we decide? You were, not change. Close. What did we do over here? Yeah, we do the same thing. Okay, yeah, we'll have to fix that too if we want to continue to do this route, which I think we do. I think taking it off of click is a good plan. Action edit widgets. On close from that, or on click for that. We're going to do the same thing here. And we're also going to add, because I'm pretty sure it's the correct thing to do. We're going to set handle on the events after we raise our events. After we have in fact handled them, we've raised these new things. Let's make sure that everything's happy with that change. That's a good thing that came out of this exploration. So. Save you. Delete you. We're not. Did I forget to raise? Nope, we sent close. We did close. Ah, this is the wrong one. Close. We did close. On close. So why doesn't that fire? Do I have a fundamental misunderstanding of how I had this set up? Interesting. Let's put a trace in. See if this is actually firing, or if there's something else going on. Not firing. Interesting. Interesting. Listeners add. Let's do inspect. No, not inspect. Settings. Debug. Event trace. It's gonna be so noisy, but I see a click event. I don't see. Don't see the event I thought I was racing. Interesting. It wouldn't be this. For some reason, would it? Can't imagine why, but you know. Yeah, no. Okay. Go look. Concepts, events. That isn't really what I want. Generated events. Change. None of this really covers. I think this was based off of form as well. Take a look at ya. I could be wrong here, though. Oh, okay. Send. I don't know where I got this then. And this though takes that, but I want to send that. How about that? Nothing there. I'll do this real quick. Okay, I gotta click. Hmm. New event of the given type to this widget. Send change. Which is on widget base. I don't want to send change though. Hmm. Puzzling. Why doesn't it work as soon as we change the event, but it's fine when we use the on click? What if my listeners is incorrect? Maybe that. Where did I find... Send change is on widget base. So this is widget events. Send. Type original. I don't want to send the original though. Sends a new and chain event. Update change. Handle event sends the given event to all widget-based listeners for that event type. Listeners do that. We would need to... Where is the... this. I think I've done listeners incorrectly. I don't think I need to put this in here. Same here. We need to... that, I think. We have listeners because it's in widget base. That. That. Listeners. What if we did that? Would that give me the functionality I crave? No, it does not seem to. But this just does... this. I'm unclear of how... as to how this is... like this adds an event listener function for that. This adds a listener. I wish they had docs on this. I really do. No. It not do this. Let me double check the event debug again real quick and see. See, mouse up, click and close. Okay, I do see close now. And I see change. So we're raising the events correctly, in theory. Well, that wouldn't be the case, because this just gets called to add. Which is exactly what I've done here. I'm confused as to what the difference is between these two methods. Of the given type to this widget. Which I think is correct if you have handlers. For instance, send change sends a new events.change. So I guess we could do that. Which is pretty much equivalent. Handle events. Sends the given event to all widget-based listeners for that event type. So do I need to... I don't see... Um, for instance, in the case of a form, um, what is this? Widgets, form. They have on change. We send change. I don't think we even need these, though. Maybe that's my problem. Shouldn't be. Maybe they were stepping in and overwriting what WidgetBase was trying to do. That would be stupid, but... No, traced clicky. There's no send close. It's fine, I don't care. Is it silly to create these? What if I just did the original event? Even though that won't be that thing, right? It'll be an on-click in this case. In both cases, actually. Maybe that doesn't matter. Nope. Still... Ray tracing, so it's not hitting that at all. I'll handle the event directly. To all listeners for that event type. Okay. So what if we did, instead of this, let's go back to creating the event. And then we do handle event that. No, sorry, this would be the new one. Except for you are not that. Your change. Nothing. Double check. We do have a change event there. Which actually should be change. I messed that up. Should be that. Okay, now we get the close event. Handled false. Let's turn that off. It's very, very noisy. But we do... That's an event listener function. Should happen automatically. Wonder if I could do... that and get some kind of idea if my listeners are getting added correctly or not. Click, context menu, long press start, and mouse enter, mouse leave, long hover, drag, blah, 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 blah. Should be at the end, right? Yes, change. So change is on there. Close is not. Okay. Plot thickens. If I was to do a new thing, change seems to be working. Using the new stuff. Why doesn't close working? On close. This form. Which is new connect. Because I'm dumb and I'm looking at the wrong thing. This is the edit bar. Oh my gosh. This should work, right? Rooms tab. Yeah. There we go. I was doing it wrong. Completely 110%. I'm a dumbass energy. Let's get that out of there. Get that out of there. We don't need those anymore. This does clean it up a little bit, though, which I'm happy about. I believe this should still be set handled. Can we just send... Or is that... Oh, let's not do that one. Close that. I guess we... It doesn't really make any sense to do that way, right? Just for fun. Let's see. Make us a new one. And then delete. It does work either way we do that. Okay. We'll just use handle event for now. And we'll fix up connection to use the same pattern until we have a compelling reason to do something else. Connection form, handle event, update event. And we set the original to handled. This, same deal. Form handle events. This should really be that. Same deal here. Okay. So edit bar has been changed. We need to also change in templates bar. Rooms tab, connections tab. This needs to go to on, close. Okay. We're going to tweak a couple more things real quick here. That. Reset works. Save seems to work. Delete seems to work. There. Here. And here. Reset works. Save works. Delete does not work in templates. For connection form, did I forget to change? I need to take these out. Close. Run this again real quick. Connections, scroll down. There we go. Let's do that, and then we'll do that. And make sure that the okay, that's good. Make sure our connections are being updated correctly here real quick. And then if we delete you, do indeed go away. Okay. Get out of there. You're annoying. That matter you too. On close there. Select a tile over here. On change, on close. There. Here. Yeah, close. Okay, so this we're gonna get. We're gonna move delete button clicking to the close event instead. Click, fix wonky misunderstanding of how to do events. Push that up. Which language do you think is good for game development? It depends on the engine. That's going to dictate what your language choices are. Like if you do Godot, which is free, open source, no licensing worries, all that, right? You have the choice of GD script, which is kind of Python-like, but different. Or you can use C#, or there's bindings for everything, I think, but C# is the one that they officially document as well as GD script for Unreal Engine or Godot. So yeah, Godot is those, Unreal is C++. Or you can do blueprints, but you won't be able to change anything about the way the engine works if you only do blueprints, right? And blueprints is like visual scripting stuff, so it's kind of its own creature. Okay, so that I'm happy with. That's come out of this. Because we threw it away, we also need to go back in here and do this again really quick, which is fine. This was very easy to do, very quick. I got distracted just doing all of my, this is the room form. Yes, I got distracted doing all of my, exploration and forgot that we will need these to go in. I'm not going to want form fields, basically. TLDR. This will be in there. This is probably don't even need to call it section. I just call it ID. That'll be nice enough. That, like so. This is verbose. Description. Probably just make these lowercase. They are the names there. That's fine. That little bug there. Caught. Nice. This is location. Put that in the wrong place. Goes out here. This goes up with description again. This goes up here with verbose again. This gets duplicated here and here, except we take that out. And down here, we take that out. This, there we go. So we still have the buttons section, which all should be one unit because they all go down the bottom there. What I'm going to call you though is footer. Let's run that real quick. And that should be way nicer going forward in the inspector, where things were kind of jumbled up. Rooms, room template 0, room form 0, description, verbose, footer. Perfect. The Wonka level has been reduced. Yes, exactly. Which is going to help us when we dig back into this event stuff now that we've moved that other clicky stuff out. But while I'm warmed up on this, I'm going to do this one too. Because it's going to make debugging better. Okay, we create all the things. You are the one that's going to go away. That will go away. That as well. Put you. Oh no. I nuked my clipboard. There we go. This, that. There we go. This is description. This is intermessage. I'm catching all my copy pasta errors too. This is leave message. But not all my typos. There we go. That'll have to get moved up. That's fine. There's an important principle in software development. Try to follow as much as possible the principle of least astonishment. Yes. I try to follow the same thing with UI. I consider it a success when you think, well, it's probably there, and it is, right? Or if I click on this, it'll probably do that, and it does. That, whoa. Leave message field, there we go. Too many buttons all at once. This will need to be its own section. Spot DC is a perfectly fine name for you, I think. And then you. Use DC. And then this will pull up. Too many of those. You go here. And here. And here. And I actually think that it's unsaved might be wrong, but for now we'll leave it. Like the unsaved messages should happen. Like if only this was updated, this would not be true. There could still be an unsaved change. This actually probably needs to be up here on the parent frame. Because if you've reloaded, you've updated this, then there should no longer be any unsaved changes. I guess the other way I could do it is to not set it there, but in the reset. We'll leave it for now, though. One thing at a time. Getting distracted again already. Squirrel! So. Form buttons. This is also going to be called footer. Until I think of a better name. All of that should stay the same. This, inspect, make sure that everything looks better. Frame 1, tabs, frame, connection template, 0, connection form. All broken down. Not sure I like this so much, but I'm not sure how to ever fix that. Take a quick look. Yeah, because nothing else gets added to the tree in here. Yeah, it's fine for now. Let's go ahead and change, get that change pushed up. Reorganize makers to add each section to the tree in each section of the tree one by one instead of as one big frame. Alright, now we can get back to what I was trying to do by pulling out that event and seeing if this is, if that is somehow fighting with the events that's trying to listen to here. So we'll do that again real quick, and then we'll do drag start. Oops, that went in the wrong place. Like so. What I'm going to do here is this. Give it a time to help me see if a new event is firing correctly or not in between attempts as I click and drag on different places. All right. Forgot to do a new line. Good news is I did just see drag events, but that's... we've seen it before, and it has been kind of jank. And I forgot to change my capitalization on description. That's fine. Okay, dragging worked there. Working there. Not working here. Working here still. Working here still. Working there now. So this was at least partially part of the problem. And it worked over here. Now it works over here too. Okay, I was struggling. I still think these need to be not selectable because it's showing me the little highlight icon. I wonder if it's also... You get stuck in here as soon as you focus it, though, which is probably not ideal. But those are not focusable. Okay, so you need to be that, but also non-selectable. On my labels. Why did you not? Ah, I changed the wrong thing, that's why. Anyway, I digress. So that's still turning into a Delio, and now it's broken. Interesting, okay. I thought that's what they said, suggested to do. Let's double check. Set non-selectable, yes. On all child text widgets so they don't get in the way. Right. Oh, now it works again. You dog. Let's see here. Text widget. That's what I was doing. Not text field though, just text. Doesn't really help me. Abilities perhaps. Hoverable perhaps? Okay. Seems to work. Until it stops. It's almost like it's something to do with focus, maybe. Deeply, deeply annoying. Works perfectly if I go very carefully out here. No, now it's not working at all. That's not what I wanted to do. Settings, debug, event. So drag start. It's firing in there. Like window drag was firing in there. Mouse drag was firing in there. Slide start was firing in there. No drag start though. It's my understanding that I want drag start because that's within this widget itself, whereas mouse drag is just within the window. Let's turn that off because it's noisy. Very, very unreliable. And then it just like stops completely. What if, as a test, well, that's going to make everything suck. I guess we could. This doesn't seem to have done anything for me. Wait, actually, let me double check that. Because I only did it on the description one. Yeah, it still gets the pointer change. I think non-selectable actually makes this thing work worse, but let's test that too. Hi to you as well. If take my text editors real quick as a test, say no ability to be focused. Start there. So on verbose and on description, see if it's related to focus somehow. Well, now I can't get it to work at all. So that might be interesting. That might be related. See here, pressable. Let's give that the focusable and see if it helps. Mm-hmm. Oh, and then it immediately stops working. Even though it appears to be still focused. Oh wait, no. Maybe it wasn't. No. No, it just stops working. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. I guess the other thing we could do. Wonder if this long click nonsense. Take focusable out real quick. Long pressable, long hoverable. Maybe that's part of this. Because it seems like it starts what we're out working usually, and then stops. Working, 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 ooh. Working, working. There's almost like a delay. Okay. If I click and very deliberately wait a second, then it fires. You're not supposed to be able to do that anymore. What are you talking about? Okay. That's weird. And also not cool. I also don't want you to be any of this nonsense. Do I have to set this on all of these? Pitch I do. That's deeply annoying. So that didn't have any effect. We might not need long hoverable. Let's try that. Working. Yeah, this is totally related to... Okay, that still does that, though. Double check. Actually, we could double check it on the footer where I forgot to set it. You can do it. I mean, of course I can. That still does. No, okay. I was over on this button. Okay. Yeah, that's irritating, is what that is. Put you in button wrapper. Where are you? Right there. I guess the other thing I could do, PyTorch or TensorFlow. I don't know. I don't mess with AI. I could also do, I don't think anything needs to be long pressable inside of here. So what I could do is grab my docs and, you would be in style. Yes, on child added. So I can do on child added. We do a func in tree.node. Say as widget n, which is the child object, styler. So that style. Give it that. And then we can theoretically yank this out of this, back out of this, back out of this, back out of this, this. Then except for you still. Why do you work there? Because children of children apparently don't count. Okay. I would need to... If I did this, though, that only works for 2 levels deep. It starts to get messy, right? I would have to do the same thing for everything. And at that point, I might as well just say that you... Could I do something else that is more clever? I could do... Bet you that's why non-selectable has a helper function. Because they probably encountered this problem. We're like, well, that sucks. We should do a helper. But they didn't do one for this. What we could do is... this... that, and then we do that. And then we can do... That can stay in there, that's fine. But... we'll call you value. Make you non-long oppressible. Yes, this has a styler. This doesn't. Let's do that. Let's take this out of here just because it's not. We'll do this one manually. We'll only use the shortcut for things that don't have a styler already. Although, what if I just did... I was just thinking like not adding another styler, but then it's harder for me to change. I could do... Yeah, I'm just gonna keep going where I was going. I don't think I want to do this. If it's going to be mixed between different things like that, it's not going to gain me anything. I should just spell it out, basically. If I could spell. And I have forgotten that. There we go. That's not correct. You should be that. That. Okay, you... What is the long pressable behavior of a text editor? Let's take you out for now. You might need that. And that's kind of like an area you shouldn't be trying to drag from, so. Wait, no. We just went over that. This. All that. We've been adding you correctly up here. Something is still allowed. Oh, and apparently Twitch is going to fall over. That's fun. YouTube seems okay still. It did indeed. Yeah. Now we're back. Excellent. So I've missed one in here somewhere. And it would be in the info and status text land. Except for you all. Like, I'm going to put you up here just because, but... Well, it seems my work here is done, so I'll take all the credit and also my leave and go to my well-deserved sleep. Fantastic. You have yourself a wonderful night, and don't let Monday bite, hey? This... we'll need this eventually. It's not going to be the issue here, but, that... Put that in there. Monday always bites. Monday's the paradox day. It both blows and sucks at the same time. Have a good time rest today. You too, man. Sleep well. Okay, so... What is missing that... is still long pressable in here. Footer has got it. Oh my gosh. It's like, it's like if you click and then click and hold, it's everywhere. Maybe that's my problem. Maybe I'm an idiot again. Okay, so there's still like the whole timeout thing, but... Can I take this back out? Is it just because of the click and double click? Let's just take it out the bottom real quick. Well... yeah. So just out of the footer. And see if I still get... Okay, so that was just one single long press. Stop. Hands off. And come up here. I didn't take it out of you. Did I? So confused now. And that's like a right-click menu. Why would it be a like right click menu? Doesn't work there. Fire's here. Doesn't work there. So that'd be like on the description. Did I miss description? Is that false, long pressable, false, long pressable? What the heck? Now maybe it's in here. Exhaustive list of event types. Actually, let me go to my repro. Nothing there. Nothing here. I wonder if that's due to the changes or... Does it come with Dragapult? Let's take this out. Because obviously it's not working, right? Which is deeply frustrating. But... that... Okay. Let's go back to this. Okay. Take you out. It's not that. It's got to be coming from something else. But what? I do have... a different minimal repro I did for another issue with the older version. Perhaps that'll be a good test, because this is also using a split. The only other thing we got here in the mix is that this is also in a tab. Hello, can we finish building? You shouldn't be that big. There we go. Ah, never mind, you are kind of big. It appeared. Get out of there. It appears. Does not appear. Ah, there it goes. Yeah. And now it doesn't want to appear. And I wonder if this is a focus thing. So I'm going to take this, take my hand off the mouse for a minute. Okay. We can try also our grid stuff. Okay, it appears there too. Did I do it wrong in... Oops. Is it because I didn't have focus? So here... No. Okay, so this might be a version thing. So, I'm going to push on. I need to do the same thing I did. I still have this open. I need to swap this in so that I have a better way to tell if it's still firing versus the same exact string, right? Oh my gosh, I just copied instead of pasted. Brain's getting crispy. Okay, let's run this. Get you over here. Okay, so. This is much more performant. I don't have to click and wait. So. The other thing we can do and let's do it. Let's copy, drag repro to drag repro alt. Oops. And we can open this in a new window. Come over here. We're going to do, just look at this version, it's 310. Okay. We can do that. 310. Then we'll do tidy. We're still gonna have lines in here, but we're gonna take you out. You are going to be not a lines, but a what were you? What's the old school? Current school. We didn't put you in there on this case. New buffer returns just a buffer. Should be that. Oh, it's text editor, right. Then you get out of here. And then that's correct still. I need to do number 2 here. That, and then get out of there, get out of there. There we go. Analyzing, do that. Did tidy in the console again. So I'll type text editor. Is it a capitalization issue? Text editor new. Yeah, that's fine. New editor. New editor. There it goes. Took it a second. Now. This build. Okay, now we have the old version. And get my this. Okay, so far so good. By which I mean so far so bad. Okay, it's doing that again. And the drag is extremely, extremely crap. Okay, this is a version issue. Okay. The good news is it's fixed in the future. The bad news is that I have to migrate. we can get the event to fire. So we're going to push through this part and the next part, which is the slidey bits. And if it just works, even if it's jank and inconsistent, we'll be ahead of the game because the pieces should be in place. And actually, we might do... We might finish this part, merge this to main, do a new branch to upgrade everything, and then do another branch just to do the centerpiece. I think we'll go with that. So, where does that leave us? We need to figure out what we do on a drag start. And how to get a drag drop event. I believe Droppable needs to go into the custom widget for the room. We also might wish to do it for the connection form over here in the edit bar. But we'll figure that out when we get there. So right now, what do we do on a drag start? We also do... We need to figure out how to get a drag stop, right? We need to figure that part out. And we concluded that this wasn't... Let's open this up real quick. We concluded that this wasn't really the... mouse leave, but after a drag start during a drag and drop sequence, mouse leave is not sent in this case. Drag leave is sent. Okay. I don't think I want that. How do we know what an item being dragged is? Event struct should be drag drop. We need to possibly put it on the room. Okay, let's try that. A room tile. Do all that good stuff. We're also going to say set abilities true, droppable. And then we do on a drop. This. And we'll see if we can detect the event. The other thing we can do is check the debug, but we'll do that if this doesn't work the first time. Drag start. No. Okay. Drag start keeps firing, which is kind of weird, but I wonder if I'm supposed to start a drag drop event in that case. I'm gonna do this first. Event trace. So many noises. Okay. Drag start, all that. We'll scooch over there. Turn you off. And go back through here. So we got lots of drag starts, lots of mouse drags. Mouse up button. I don't see that a drag or a drop was ever fired. Okay. Close that. Let's take a look at this. None of this is helpful to me. We have a mouse drag. That should be tied into what's triggering the drag drop. Or the drag start. Theoretically. Let's go. I don't think there's anything in here that's helpful, but we'll check. Means it can be dragged. Okay. Let's get that closed for now. Where did we see... file stuff. File tree, I think, actually. No? Okay. Table? Drag and drop. Which does not take me to drag and drop. Okay. But table apparently has the ability, so we look at a table. I've got the sleepies, the afternoon sleepies. If we look at the table, we may be able to figure some stuff out. Then again, maybe not. I would assume drag should be in here for, like, draggable to say something is draggable, right? Bind select. Double clickable, not hoverable, focusable, activable, triple clickable. I'm annoyed that I don't see. Oh, I guess list base. Maybe that. Okay. Draggable. Yes. Okay. Drag start. All right. Copy select to MIME. MIME data. Here's a thing. Okay. Lister. This. Note is a true underlying type. Okay. Drag start. Overall scene to which we belong. By widgets whenever they're added to another widget parent. Okay. And then set handled. Drag drop. Drop copy. Drop move. Make paste menu drop finalize. Takes the drag drop event. Sends drop delete source, which we don't want. Drag does not officially start until this is called. Drag data of events type. Okay. That's the main scene. We put a sprite that gets attached to, I'm sure, the mouse. Drag moves generally handled entirely by the event manager. I think this text is displayed maybe on... What if I... Let me, you. That's read only. These don't like drag and drop though. Okay. Sends the events drop. Okay. So it seems we are required to do such a thing. What is this events manager thing? Drag sprite name is drag sprite. So this is just like the... Theoretically, we should have this, right? This should be part of what we have already. So we maybe just need to call drag start here. The scene events. So we should have an events. And then the drop. So it looks like we're probably responsible for saying, hey, no, because we don't have access to that. Let's look at this. Okay. That doesn't super help me. Well, I think we're on the right path. But this is internal. So that's problematic for me. we need to... Confused that we don't see a drop happening, right? Drag drop, maybe that. Right, no, that's a type, not a... Or, destruct. Widget data and events. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to do this. But that does take me to 4 hours. I stream 4 hours a day, 4 days a week usually. So I'm going to go make some lunch, late lunch, early dinner. If you like this kind of thing, and you show up about 4 hours before now, wherever you are in the world, I should be here doing this again, and I'd love to see you again. And if not, hey, have a great week anyway, all right? There's a Discord down in the channel description stuff, if that is your jam, and if not, that's no worries either. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all the chats, and